Welcome to 2021 ARKO International Online Symposium, Reconnection. I'm Ji-hye-seo. I have been given the honor of serving today's symposium as a moderator and MC. Arts Council Korea has hosted an international symposium every 2 or 3 years since 2016 in order to facilitate the international exchange activities. Arts Council Korea has held this symposium in collaboration with leading international organizations and institutions dedicated to the same cause to share and discuss diverse perspectives and practices of the art scene at home and abroad. This year's symposium, which is the third, is being held for 2 days virtually due to the pandemic, with the hope for the reconnection of our lives which have been disconnected by the pandemic. We will look at what arts can do to that end under the theme of reconnection in this symposium. Let us begin with the opening remarks by Mr. Jong-kwon Park, the chairperson of Arts Council Korea.
박종관입니다. 2021년 아르코 온라인 국제 심포지엄에 관심을 갖고 참여해 주신 여러분께 깊이 감사드립니다. 한국문화예술위원회는 한국예술의 국제 진출 기반을 마련하기 위해 2016년 영국예술위원회와 공동 협력 사업을 시작으로 독일, 덴마크와 단연간 협력 사업을 진행해 왔습니다. 2019년부터 2021년까지는 싱가포르와 2020년부터 2022년까지 올해로 수교 60주년을 맞이하는 네덜란드와 단연간 쌍방향 협업 사업을 계속해 오고 있습니다. 그동안 한국문화예술위원회와 공동협력 사업을 추진해온 해외 기관과 파트너십을 확인하고 호혜적 협력에 기반한 교류 활동을 더욱 활성화하는 자리인 아르코 국제 심포지엄은 2년에 한 번씩 개최되어 왔습니다. 어느덧 세 번째 행사를 맞이한 이번 행사는 코로나19 팬데믹으로 인해 온라인으로 개최하게 되었습니다. 어려운 상황에도 불구하고 이번 심포지엄에 인사를 보내주신 데런 헨리 영국예술위원회 위원장님, 스투켄베르크 주한 독일문화원 원장님, 아이너 옌센 주한 덴마크 대사님, 폴탄 국립 싱가포르 예술위원회 부위원장님, 케이스더 호라프 네덜란드 국제문화협력센터 대표님께 각별한 감사 인사를 전합니다. 아울러 온라인 행사라는 물리적 제약에도 불구하고 기꺼이 참여해 주신 국내의 연사분들께도 진심으로 감사를 드립니다. 코로나 바이러스가 야기한 전대미문의 팬데믹 현상은 우리의 삶을 완전히 바꾸어 놓았습니다. 사회적 거리두기, 출입국 제한, 락다운 등 이전에 경험해보지 못했던 위기를 극복하기 위한 방안으로 우리에게 제안된 방법들은 하나같이 단절을 이야기하고 있습니다. 끝이 보이지 않는 팬데믹 상황 속에서 예술계, 특히 국제교류 활동은 이전과는 다른 방식을 찾아야만 했습니다. 이번 2021년 아르코 온라인 심포지엄에서는 팬데믹이 우리 예술, 사회, 개인에게 어떤 메시지를 던지고 있는지 살펴보고 단절된 관계 속에서 우리가 다시 연결하기 위해 어떤 발상의 전환과 성찰이 필요한지 돌아볼 예정입니다. 1일차에는 팬데믹 시대의 예술이라는 주제를 갖고 팬데믹이 가져온 우리 사회 전반의 변화와 이에 대해 예술은 어떻게 대답하고 있는지, 디지털 기술 활용, 정신건강, 팬데믹을 소재로 한 예술활동 사례를 중심으로 살펴보고 이에 대한 여러 관점을 공유하는 토론의 시간을 가질 예정입니다. 두 번째 날에는 팬데믹 시대의 관계, 연결, 그리고 교류라는 주제로 팬데믹으로 인해 불확실성이 그 어느 때보다 높아지고 국제 간 교류 단절과 경쟁, 각자 도생의 역세계화가 심화된 현재의 상황에서 팬데믹이 문화예술 국제교류 활동에 미친 영향을 살펴보며 그동안 우리가 진행해왔던 국제예술교류 활동들을 반성적으로 성찰하고 단절되었던 것들을 다시 연결하기 위해 어떠한 방식과 관점으로 접근해야 할지를 논의해 보고자 합니다. 이번 심포지엄이 변화하는 환경과 위기 속에서도 다시 연결되고 교류를 지속하기 위한 가능성을 모색하는 시간이 될 수 있기를 간절히 기대합니다. 아울러 심포지엄의 성공적인 추진을 위하여 적극적인 협조를 아끼지 않으신 영국예술위원회, 주한 영국문화원, 주한 독일문화원, 덴마크 문화청, 주한 덴마크 대사관, 국립 싱가포르 예술위원회, 더치컬처 네덜란드 문화 국제문화협력센터 및 주한 네덜란드 대사관의 노고에 깊게 감사드립니다. 참석해 주신 모든 분들의 건강과 행운을 기원합니다. 감사합니다.
네, 박종관 위원장님 감사합니다. 이 심포지엄이 단절과 불확실성, 또 경쟁과 역세계화가 심화되는 지금 예술은 어떠한 모습과 또 매개적 역할로 우리 사회에서 존재하고 있고 또 존재해 갈지에 대해 함께 고민하고 성찰하는 시간이 되리라 생각됩니다. 이번 아르코 온라인 국제 심포지엄을 위해 많은 분들이 축하의 말씀을 건네주셨습니다. 마를라 슈트켄베르크 독일 문화원장,
including Dr. Marla Stückenberg, the head of Goethe Institute Korea.
On behalf of the Goethe Institute Korea, it is my pleasure to welcome you to the ARKO Online International Symposium. Cultural institutions around the world are dealing with the question of how the COVID-19 crisis will further affect the existential questions of artists, artistic creation, and the art and culture business in general. Many doubt whether there will be a return to normality before Corona. There is talk of a new normal, but it is still unclear what will be considered and accepted as normal in the near future. There's also talk of new possibilities or the new possible because the Corona crisis has opened floodgates for new artistic formats, innovative forms of artistic and cultural exchange, and new possibilities of virtual presence and virtual exchange with the consumers of artistic productions. It is becoming more and more apparent that these are not temporary solutions born of necessity, but experiences with a lasting effect. The key words of the various sessions of this symposium outline the paradigm shift we are currently experiencing. I'm very pleased that the Arts Council Korea is giving international experts the space to discuss these important aspects with this symposium. The Goethe Institute is actually also currently dealing in depth with the spectrum of questions mentioned. Mid-April, from 14th to 16th, the Goethe Institute in Seoul is planning the online conference Making Lemonade Towards a Digital Future for the Arts. At the conference, best practice examples from all sectors will be shown and space given to the question of what a desirable digital future for the arts might look like. The conference will include panel discussions, online performances, and showcases. We will be very happy to take the results of this ARKO symposium with us and build on them. However, there is another dimension to the challenges artists are facing during the crisis that I think has not been sufficiently addressed so far. This year's State of Artistic Freedom report, released in February 2021 by the international NGO Free Muse, documents an analysis of 978 acts of violence, of artistic freedom, violations of artistic freedom in 2020 in almost 90 countries and online spaces. 17 artists were killed, 82 were imprisoned, and 133 detained. Oppressing artists' voices had not stopped with the restrictions on cultural events imposed worldwide following the outbreak of the COVID-19 pandemic. So on the contrary, to some extent, it even intensified. COVID-19 measures are being misused as pretexts to silence dissident voices of artists and artworks. Even though this aspect goes beyond the scope of this symposium, I would like to take this opportunity to draw attention to it in my greeting. In addition to all the opportunities and challenges we face during COVID-19 and post-corona, this danger should not be overlooked, since some governments are indeed weaponizing COVID-19 to silence dissident artist voices. And I think this should not become an integral part of the new normal. I wish the further course of this symposium many inspiring moments and insights into the impact of the pandemic on artistic creation as well as on art and cultural exchange. I wish you all the best on this symposium. Thank you very much and bye-bye.
Thank you very much for the welcoming remarks. This symposium is held as part of the International Arts Joint Fund Program. The International Arts Joint Fund Program started off with the Joint Fund Program in partnership with Arts Council England back in 2016. The program has been a critical part of Arts Council Korea's International Exchange Department, playing a pivotal role in developing collaborative projects with partner countries. Let's take a look at a short introductory video of the program. I'd like to ask for your understanding for some technical issues. The 2021 ARKO International Online Symposium Reconnection is held. Let us move on to the presentations and discussion. Today we will focus on arts in the time of the pandemic. The keynote speaker today is Professor Boseon Shim of Yonsei University Graduate School of Communications and Arts. He will give us his keynote lecture titled Beyond Products and Platforms.
네, 안녕하세요. 저는 시를 쓰고 또 사회학을 연구하는 심보선이라고 합니다. 2021 아르코 온라인 국제 심포지엄에 초대해 주셔서 감사드립니다. 그리고 또 이것처럼 귀한 자리에 기조 연설을 맡게 돼서 또 영광스럽게 생각합니다. 심포지엄 주제가 다시 연결하기 라고 들었습니다. 이 말을 듣고 많이 고민을 해봤습니다. 우리가 다시 연결한다라고 했을 때 일반적으로 다시라는 말은 어떤 잃어버린 것을 회복한다는 그런 뜻이겠죠. 그리고 연결된 것, 연결되었던 것, 또 연결할 수 있는 것, 이런 것들에서 우리가 뭔가를 상실했고 그것을 다시 회복한다라는 게 아마 이번 심포지엄의 주제인 것 같습니다. 근데 또 그런 생각을 해봅니다. 우리는 과연 언제부터 연결을 상실했던 걸까요? 다시라고 했을 때 그 다시는 언제 우리가 잃어버린 것을 다시 회복한다라는 뜻일까요? 혹시 팬데믹은 우리가 이미 잃어버린 그런 연결들을 언제부턴가 우리가 상실해버린 그런 사람과 사람, 공동체 속의 그런 연결고리들을 더 잃어버리도록 그렇게 가속화한 것은 아닐까요? 이런 질문을 던져봅니다. 그리고 어쩌면 우리는 다시 잃어버린 것을 다시 회복하는 것도 중요하지만 이 팬데믹의 와중에 또 팬데믹 이후에 새로운 연결을 고민하고 도모해야 하는 것은 아닐까, 또 그런 질문을 던져봅니다. 지금 팬데믹 사태가 우리 삶에 뭐 일국적 차원에서 그리고 지구적 차원에서 미친 영향은 헤아릴 수가 없습니다. 여러 가지 키워드로 또 여러 가지 테마로 그 사태를 생각하고 성찰해 볼 수 있겠죠. 근데 저에게 가장 먼저 떠오르는 키워드는 생존입니다. 왜냐하면 너무 많은 사람들이 삶이 파괴되어 가고 있고 또 생명을 잃어가고 있고 어려운 처지에 놓였기 때문입니다. 그래서 팬데믹을 거치면서 우리는 말 그대로 생존자가 되기 위해서 몸부림치고 있습니다. 우리가 대재앙 혹은 대학살 이런 역사적인 사건들을 생각할 때 종종 우리와는 먼 그런 다른 시공간에서 일어나는 특별하고 예외적인 사건들에 대해서 떠올리게 됩니다. 하지만 팬데믹 사태는 인류 전체에게 질병과 죽음의 위협을 가하고 또 사회적 활동이 위축되고 파괴되는 그런 해악을 이 사태가 우리에게 끼치고 있습니다. 우리가 처음에 팬데믹을 직면을 했을 때 매우 공포스럽고 또 혼란스러웠습니다. 그런데 어느새 시간이 흐르고 이런 예외적인 상황이 어느새 정상적인 그런 상황이 되어가는 그런 사태를 목도하고 있습니다. 우리는 어느새 이 상황에 적응하고 익숙해지고 있습니다. 매일매일 뉴스에서, 미디어에서 감염자의 숫자, 사망자의 숫자를 보고를 하지만 우리는 그 숫자가 우리가 아닌 정부가 또 전문가들이 관리해야 되는 그런 통계에 불과하다고 생각을 하고 있습니다. 사실 내가 아닌 타인과의 물리적 근접성이 잠재적 위험으로 여겨지는 그런 경우는 늘 있어 왔습니다. 그런데 팬데믹 상황에서 우리는 종종 국가의 구성원들을 새로운 기준으로 이렇게 분류하고 나누는 것을 관찰하게 됩니다. 소위 일반 국민, 고위험군, 유증상자 이런 분류법을 통해서 국민들이 구별이 됩니다. 그리고 더군다나 일반 국민 안에 또 새로운 범주가 있습니다. 바로 무증상 감염자입니다. 말 그대로 보이지 않는 어떤 위협이 되겠죠. 그래서 가장 건강하고 또 가장 안전하다고 여겨지는 그 일반 국민 안에도 사실 우리는 무증상 감염자라는 보이지 않는 위협이 있을 수 있다고 그렇게 생각을 합니다. 저는 팬데믹 사태에서 사람과 사람, 시민과 시민, 국민과 국민과의 관계가 이렇게 위협을 기준으로 잠재적인 어떤 해악의 기준으로 나뉘어지는 것을 보면서 자연 상태의 인간관계에 대해서 홉스가 했던 상상, 즉 만인의 만인에 대한 전쟁을 떠올립니다. 지금 사태는 이 만인에 대한 전쟁이 변형되고 또 현실화되는 그런 사태가 아닐까 생각을 합니다. 달리 말하면 우리는 실질적으로 만인에 대한 위협 속에서 살아갑니다. 그리고 이 위협 속에서 가장 필요한 생존의 태도는 바로 만인에 대한 경계가 되었습니다. 우리는 또 재난의 영향력이 불평등하다는 것을 잘 알고 있습니다. 소위 사회적 약자, 빈곤층, 노년층, 장애인, 난민들에게 이 재난의 영향력은 더욱더 가혹합니다. 재난은 이미 취약한 삶의 질, 사회적 안전망에 더한 타격을 가합니다. 또 우리는 그런 말을 들어왔습니다. 레베카 솔릿이 증언한 것처럼 재난은 때때로 공식적 시스템이 무너진 곳에서 자발적인 협력, 상호 부조, 연대를 도모하는 그런 공동체를 형성하게 하기도 합니다. 세월호 참사 때 우리는 이미 실종자 수색과 진상규명을 위해서 시민들이 자발적으로 모이고 또 온몸을 바쳐서 헌신하는 것을 목격한 바 있습니다. 그런데 코로나19로 인한 팬데믹의 심각성은 이러한 재난 공동체조차 만들어지기 어렵게 한다는 점입니다. 좀 앞서 말씀드린 것처럼 모든 사람이 도와주고 또 지지하고 싶은 그런 선의와 무관하게 서로 간의 잠재적 위협이 될 수 있기 때문입니다. 그래서 우리는 마스크로 얼굴을 가린 사람만 신뢰할 수 있습니다. 이제 모범 시민이란 거리를 두고 접촉을 피하는 사람입니다. 불확실성과 불안이 득세하는 이러한 상황에서 우리는 정부의 재난관리 시스템 그리고 전문가의 리더십에 의존할 수밖에 없습니다. 그래서 우린 매일 정부가 제공하는 재난 관련 통계, 또 경고, 방역 지침, 그리고 정부의 정책이 얼마나 올바른지 잘 실행되고 있는지 감시하는 전문가들의 식견에 눈과 귀를 기울이게 됩니다. 또 그러는 동안 우리의 일상은 점점 온라인에, 인터넷의 플랫폼에 더 의존하게 됩니다. 이러한 플랫폼 환경이 우리의 노동, 소비의 내용과 형식을 결정합니다. 우리는 플랫폼의 알고리즘에 맞춰서 회의하고, 일하고, 구매하고, 또 대화하고, 또 여가 생활을 즐깁니다. 플랫폼의 추천 시스템이 우리의 취향을 결정해 줍니다. 우리의 삶은 이렇게 오류를 최소화하고 선호를 최적화하는 그런 프로그램으로 변화해 갑니다. 자발적 공동체가 약화되어 가고 또 국가 시스템, 또 플랫폼의 삶을 의존하게 되는 이러한 경향은 팬데믹 이전부터 이미 지속되고 강화되어 온 현상입니다. 예술적인 생산, 향유 또한 크게 다르지 않았습니다. 잘 아시다시피 예술은 역사적인 격변 상황에 늘 적극적으로 응전을 해왔습니다. 그리고 이 응전은 예술가 개인의 노력으로 이루어지지 않았습니다. 역사적으로 존재해온 모든 예술운동, 아방가르드 운동은 사실 이처럼 흩어진 개인들이 서로 모여서 우정과 대화를 통해서 시대에 맞서는 그런 방식이었습니다. 그런데 현대 예술가들에게 이제 동료성보다는 예컨대 소셜미디어에서 이루어지는 정보 공유, 홍보, 관객과의 소통이 더욱 중요해진 것 같습니다. 또 최근에 한국 예술계뿐만이 아니라 세계적으로 문화예술계에서 진행되었던 그런 미투 운동은 예술가의 동료성이라는 것이 어쩌면 남성적인 패권에 의해서 만들어진 위계적이고 폭력적인 힘의 질서였다라는 것을 드러내기도 했습니다. 또 예술가들의 동료성이 언제부턴가 예술기관, 또 공적 지원금을 위해서 맺어지는 전략적인 파트너십이 되어버렸습니다. 이처럼 예술가들 사이에 공동체성, 동료성이 위기에 빠진 상황 속에서 팬데믹은 그나마 존재했던 예술가들 사이에 느슨한 교류, 연결망까지 흔들고 있는 것 같습니다. 팬데믹 사태 속에서 위기에 대한 예술의 적극적 응전 자체가 위기 상황에 빠져듭니다. 팬데믹은 예술의 위기를 촉진하고 또 이는 위기의 예술을 위축시킵니다. 우리는 예술이 예상과 또 계획을 통해서 실행되는 프로젝트가 되어버린 그런 시대에 살고 있습니다. 예술가는 이런 프로젝트 속에서 전문가이고 매개자이고 노동자이고 사업자이고 또 예술의 자율성은 8길이 원칙이라는 정책적 규범 그 이상도 그 이하도 아닙니다. 팬데믹으로 인한 예술의 위기에서 우리는 더 간절하게 공적 지원, 또 공적 개입을 요청합니다. 정부에게 도움을 구합니다. 또 예술을 선보일 수 있는 더 많은, 더 효율적인 온라인 플랫폼을 요청합니다. 그래서 우리는 이제 인정할 수밖에 없습니다. 공공의 지원이 아니라면 특히 상업성이 낮고 또 실험적이고 급진적인 대다수 예술가들의 창작, 생계, 또 협업 이런 것은 불가능할 것입니다. 또 생각해보면 예술가들은 이렇게 의존하고 종속되어서 살아오지만은 않았습니다. 자신들이 지원을 받아 수행하는 그런 프로젝트와 플랫폼 안으로 언제나 공통의 의제 또 실험적 상상력을 도입해 왔습니다. 수익을 내야 하고 또 실적을 내야 하는 압력 속에서도 자유롭고 평등하고 창의적인 그런 상상력을 구현하는 그런 전략을 추구해 왔습니다. 사실 이것이 가능했던 이유는 단순합니다. 예술가들은 구체적인 장소에서 다른 사람들과 만나고 대화하고 실천하면서 새로운 가능성을 소망하고 실험합니다. 그들이 인격적으로 훌륭해서가 아닙니다. 그들이 배운 것, 그들이 체화한 것, 또 그들이 추구해온 것, 이 모든 것들, 예술 안에 내재하는 소통과 나눔의 힘 때문이었습니다. 하지만 이제 우리는 바로 그 단순하고 또 본질적인 힘을 발휘하고 영위하지 못하는 그런 상황에 처해 있습니다. 따라서 이제 우리는 프로젝트와 플랫폼 내부로부터 그 힘을 새로이 발견하고 또 발명해야 합니다. 만약 그럴 수 없다면 프로젝트란 소위 로지스틱에 따르는 과업에 불과할 것이고 플랫폼이란 그 과업을 효율적으로 수행하는 환경에 불과할 것입니다. 그렇게 예술가들에게 주어진 유일한 목표가 또다시 생존이 되어갈 것입니다. 이제 우리는 불확실성 속에서 대화하고 학습하는 창의적인 프로젝트, 또 민주적인 플랫폼을 고민해야 할 것입니다. 우리는 팬데믹에서 시행착오를 겪고 또 경험하고 실험한 것을 팬데믹 이후의 세계에 적용시켜 나가야 할 것입니다. 우리는 성공한 과업뿐만 아니라 실패하고 좌절한 소망에 대해 허심탄회하게 이야기해야 할 것입니다. 그렇게 우리는 다시금 새로이 연결되고 또 연대하는 방법을 모색해 나가야 할 것입니다. 특별히 오늘 마련된 국제교류의 이 자리가 어떻게 국제연대로 나아갈 수 있을까 그런 생각을 해봅니다. 오늘 발표하는 다양한 사례들, 경험들 그 안에서 어떻게 공통의 의제를 도출할 수 있을까, 또 그렇게 도출된 의제를 다시 지역의 여러 정치적, 또 경제적, 사회문화적 의제들과 연결할 수 있을까, 이런 고민입니다. 팬데믹 시대에 맞는 뭔가 효율적이고 또 참신한 그런 프로젝트를 실행하는 것만큼이나 우리에게 요구되는 더 긴급한 과제는 그런 예술적 과업을 실행하는 모든 과정들에서 발생하는 어려움들, 도전들, 한계들, 또 가능성들, 전망들을 서로 토론하고 공유하는 것일 겁니다. 우리는 이 모든 것들을 수집해야 되고 또 목록화해야 되고 종합해야 하고 성찰해야 합니다. 팬데믹 속에서 더욱 악화되어가는 문제들, 또 더 난망해지는 해결책들, 또 그 안에 흩뿌려진 희미하고 절박한 가능성들에 대해 우리는 함께 숙의해야 할 것입니다. 마지막으로 제가 좋아하는 한 구절을 인용하며 이야기를 마칠까 합니다. 빅토르 헤레디아가 부른 살아야 할 이유라는 노래 가사의 일부입니다. 발견하고 생각하는 것, 그것이 내가 당신의 빛나는 눈과 함께 당신을 필요로 하는 이유의 전부. 저는 예술가를 하늘 아래 새로운 것을 창조하는 천재로 그렇게 단순하게 정의하고 싶지 않습니다. 저는 예술가를 밝은 눈을 가지고 더 오래 들여다보고 더 오래 생각하고 더 오래 머무르는 그런 사람으로 정의하고 싶습니다. 생각하는 자리에서, 대화하는 자리에서, 또 무언가를 만드는 자리에서, 이런저런 직업과 작업에서 그렇게 더 오래의 태도를 적용하는 사람, 그런 사람이 저에게는 예술가입니다. 팬데믹의 상황이라고 다르지 않을 것입니다. 농담 반 진담 반으로 이야기하자면 모두가 줌 회의장을 서둘러서 빠져나갈 때 계속 머물러 있다가 가장 나중에 나가기 버튼을 누르는 사람, 이 사람이 예술가의 기질이 다분하다, 이렇게 말씀드릴 수 있을 것 같습니다. 감사합니다.
네, 감사합니다.
Thank you, Professor Shim. I wonder what kind of thoughts and ideas you have encountered through this presentation. I believe his keynote conjured up an image of bright eyes of artists who meet and converse with people in a concrete place and space, practice and long for and experiment with new possibilities. As he said in his keynote lecture, artists learn, embody, and seek after, that is, the power of communication and sharing inherent in art and artists. We have 3 presentations followed by the discussion. I hope today's presentations and discussion will serve as an opportunity to share ideas and views on new explorations and discovery and solidarity within the existing platform and the new possibilities for platforms being reimagined and formed. We have 3 presenters for today's session from Denmark, the UK, and Germany who will share with us the challenges in the time of the pandemic and the responses from each nation's art scene. The first presentation will be delivered by Josephine Michau, the festival director of Copenhagen Architecture Festival. She's also the founder of the festival, contributing to raising public's awareness of how architecture and urban planning can change lives and vice versa, and inspiring the public and the professional community by bringing together various perspectives and ideas and engaging the public. She will share with us how architecture has adapted to the time and what kind of changes she is focusing on in this time of the pandemic.
Josephine Michau. I'm the founder and director of Copenhagen Architecture Festival, and I want to thank the Korean Arts Council for inviting me to participate in this seminar and to do this presentation. And very briefly about the festival, we are a public festival providing research and discussion and dissemination of architectural and urban challenges. And to do that, we have a public program of film and debate screenings, exhibitions, guided tours, performances, seminars, workshops, publications on and offline, etc. in the 3 cities, biggest cities in Denmark, Copenhagen, Aarhus, and Yonsei. The goal of the festival is to challenge the field of architecture and promote critical thinking, inspire and engage and increase public awareness of how architecture and urban planning shape our lives and the world. We were established in 2014, and it's the largest annual architecture event in Scandinavia. Before I move on to talk about how we adapted to the COVID-19 situation and our reflections about the future of cultural events, I am just going to take you through some film documentations of our festivals in 2019 and 2020 to give you a better understanding of the festival. Enjoy, and see you again in a bit.
Både Bauhaus-ideen og ideen om almene boliger bygger på en ambition om at demokratisere adgang til godt design og til gode, billige boliger. Og på samme måde vil festivalen gerne demokratisere formidlingen af arkitektur og gøre den bredt tilgængelig.
Jeg er meget interesseret i, at festivalen ser ud til at forsøge at nå et bredt publikum. Så det vil sige, at der er en form for folkelighed over festivalen. Forstået på den måde, at den også foregår i andre steder end i København, og den henvender sig forhåbentlig til et stort publikum. Og på en eller anden måde håber jeg jo så, at publikum så også reagerer.
Det, som er godt ved programmet i år, er, at det ikke kun er i biografen, men det er vokset ud af biografen og ind i det offentlige rum. Der er talks, der er debatter, der er rundvisninger. Det synes jeg er et fint sted, at man ligesom får lov at opleve arkitekturen på mange niveauer. Det glæder mig til at opleve.
Festivalens tema i år med de skiftende idealer er særlig vigtige i en tid, hvor vi er udfordret af et stort klimakollaps, en ekstrem urbanisering, som gør, at vi har brug for på en måde at tænke stort igen, tænke idealistisk, tænke på de ting, der kan inspirere os.
Det er vigtigt at have en arkitekturfestival af mange grunde. En af grundene er, at en arkitekturfestival kan være med til at etablere et sprog omkring arkitektur, som ligesom samler os alle sammen, også alle de mennesker, som ikke er arkitekter. Så arkitekturfestivalen, den giver os billeder, den giver os tekster, den giver os et fællesskab som samfund, og det synes jeg er rigtig vigtigt.
Arkitektur er det vigtigste, der findes, havde jeg sagt. Vi har hele tiden brug for at blive udfordret af dygtige, kritiske, kreative arkitekter. København er jo en by, der vokser. Vi er blevet 100.000 flere i København de sidste 10 år, og det udfordrer os jo på pladsen. Vi skal hele tiden sørge for at have grønne områder, grønne åndehuller til byen, og vi er presset, og derfor skal vi også hele tiden tænke på, hvordan kan vi få plads til alle dem, der gerne vil være med i København. For hvis vi ikke gør det, så går priserne bare en vej. Så stiger priserne, og så bliver København til en VIP-by, og det er ikke det København, jeg gerne vil have. Og jeg er bare så stolt og super glad for, at der bliver holdt en arkitekturfestival i vores by.
Altså vores byer og bygninger er jo de rammer, vi skaber for det liv, vi gerne vil leve. Så det er ret væsentligt, hvad det er for nogle muligheder, hvad for nogle møder og hvad for nogle barrierer, som vores byer og bygninger skaber. Fordi det ender med faktisk at have ret meget at sige for, hvad det er for et liv, der kan komme til at udspille sig, og hvad for nogle historier, der kan ende med at blive fortalt.
Det er enormt vigtigt, at vi får flere stemmer ind i diskussionen om, hvordan vi bygger for hinanden, hvad det er for nogle rum, vi skal leve i. Og det er det, en arkitekturfestival som CAFEX kan, fordi at den rækker langt ud over den lille kreds, som har det som sit fagområde. Vi skal have mange flere stemmer ind i debatten, og det med, at vi får film, og vi får talks, og vi får begivenheder ude i det offentlige rum, gør, at vi forhåbentlig kan brede den her samtale ud.
Arkitektur er jo spændende, fordi vi bor i det, og vi lever i det, og det ligesom vedrører os alle.
Arkitektur er et medie, men det er det medie, hvor alt udspiller sig. Så på den måde er det noget af det mest primære, vi kan bruge vores opmærksomhed på som mennesker. Og det er måske også fordi, det kan være svært at se skoven for bare træer, så kan vores hverdag være svær at få øje på, fordi at det er jo bare sådan, det er. Men det er vigtigt ligesom at stoppe op og ligesom i gang med at spørge sig, hvorfor er det, at det er, som det er? Det er fordi, der er nogen, der har lavet det på et eller andet tidspunkt. Og hvis ikke det passer til den måde, vi gerne vil leve på, så har vi faktisk muligheden for at stille spørgsmål og stille krav, og faktisk skabe noget, som endnu mere passer til det liv, vi gerne vil leve.
Okay, so now you know a little bit of about who we are. Now I'm going to take you through how COVID-19 impacted Copenhagen Architecture Festival and how we adapted to the situation. On the 11th of March 2020, the Danish government announced the country would be going into lockdown, to start with only for 2 weeks. It was a month prior to Copenhagen Architecture Festival started, and we were 1 week from launching a big and costly marketing campaign. We had to make a decision. Should we hope that the world would go back to normal after the 2 weeks of lockdown, or should we cancel and postpone the festival indefinitely? Looking at the global pandemic situation, we found choosing the latter made better sense. This meant contacting our more than 150 collaborators from home and abroad and cancelling everything, and also getting the decision greenlighted by our financiers. We had a couple of very hectic weeks, shutting down the office and everything we had spent the past year planning. Then what? We had to rethink and adapt to the new situation. This included, among other things, figuring out how to survive financially. Also, we had about 200 events planned, big and small. What to do with these, and how not to just disappear while the country was in lockdown. How could we create relevant content related to the current and very dominating situation? Beginning of April, we launched an open call asking for reflections and documentation of how the current pandemic situation was affecting and was going to affect our homes and cities. We received a lot of essays and images from all over the world that we published on our website and social media platforms as they came in. Late May, we launched a film series of talks with different experts on the topic of pandemic resilient cities, together with Emergency Architecture and Human Rights, the World Health Organization, and Think Fast, a collective urban response to COVID-19. At the same time, we thought of how to convert planned events into online activities. This meant that a planned exhibition on how post-war economic paradigms have influenced the development of architecture in cities in Europe was converted into a Flow TV station running on our website for 6 weeks in May and June with curated YouTube clips. Another planned exhibition and talk program on how to secure a green sustainable transition of Copenhagen was converted into an online publication and a podcast series that was published in April on various platforms. A planned seminar on film and architecture was converted into a digital hub on our website with exchanges of experiences on how film is integrated as a tool in architecture schools around the world. This meant that over the course of April till June 2020, we created and published a lot of content online, having converted the festival into some kind of digital media hub. Simultaneously, we were trying to plan when and how we could have a physical festival. In October, we managed to create a physical festival in the cities of Copenhagen, Aarhus and Odense, with 100 events over the course of 11 days. A lot of the originally planned events had been cancelled and could not be revived. However, the remaining events met an audience hungry for physical events and were generally sold out or close to. Then in November, the country went into lockdown again. So we were lucky. In general, what we experienced this first year of COVID-19 was extreme goodwill and trust from our collaborators with regards to our decisions, as well as a great sense of support and collaborative effort to survive this the best possible way. Hello, I'm back. As COVID-19 has brought regular cultural programming to a standstill this past year, has been the time to rethink the way we produce and consume culture. And that is what I'm going to take you through in my last chapter of this presentation. Festivals have previously been an important part of the cultural fabric of global society, participated in by many. They've been used to gain competitive advantages in the global battle for attracting tourists and resourceful citizens. But the pandemic has forced us to observe, reflect upon, and re-evaluate the regulating structures that have so far dominated our lives. This past year, we've not been able to attend international events. This has left us with new opportunities, realizing that creativity can survive and flourish in new ways. And this has, for our part, besides learning how to use masks, not handshake, social distancing, employ food and drink hygiene, and use hand sanitizer, included making better use of already existing local knowledge, while at the same time taking advantage of what information technology has to offer of opportunities to connect with the outside world. Virtual events have proven to be an effective and popular way of connecting audiences and move interactions online. Like many other cultural actors, we've been moving forward with virtual events and digital content, not instead of physical events, but parallel to. Our on and offline content will be developed much closer in parallel in the future for the content to constantly be able to inform each other. In this lies a flexibility of moving content both ways, depending on what the situation requires, and thus remain resilient in a pandemic situation. The physical meeting is still relevant, with the possibility of exchanging ideas and experiences in an informal way. And I must admit, I do miss the coffee breaks and the drinks together with the participants in the breaks between events. But with the digital content, we are able to reach a wider audience, being independent in time and space. Not all events need to have everyone physically present, and many future festivals, conferences, and seminars will save the climate a good deal of CO2 emissions based on what we have learned during the pandemic. So it started as a response to a pandemic situation, but it will remain because it makes sense beyond, especially when seen in a perspective of climate care and democracy. Hello, this is Josephine Michau again. I have been asked to reflect upon how the architecture can respond to the pandemic. And this is, of course, a huge subject that others have researched and reflected upon thoroughly, and I'm not at all an expert on this field. So what I'm offering in this short presentation are some brief thoughts and reflections on the subject. First, I will talk about how architecture did respond to the pandemic, and then I will bring on some reflections on what architecture is going to look like in a post-pandemic world. As with festivals, the pandemic has also caused architects to observe, evaluate, and rethink their profession. What do they build? What have they built? And how will they approach their field in the future? The pandemic situation has accelerated the need to think holistic solutions and shift the focus from the individual actor or the individual object towards a greater sensitivity to issues of interconnection, attachment, and interdependence, Rather than being a field concerned with spatial and formal aspects, the professions of architecture, urban planning and design are increasingly taking on the task of managing social and political issues of relationships, neighborhoods, energy flows, mobility, cultural heritage, identity, and urban change. As mentioned earlier, we launched a call beginning of April 2020, where we asked for documentation and reflections on how the pandemic had influenced and was going to influence the built environment. People sent us pictures of how they had reorganized their homes to a multi-purpose space, being both a home, workspace, school, care facility, and workout facility at once. Others sent drawings and essays of how they imagined the future of workspaces, housing, and public space. And those images that you see here are both a mix of what we got and what I just found on Google. The media brought us images of convention centers and sports stadiums being transformed into hospitals and isolation centers, and of school and work facilities transformed to be able to meet the need of social distancing. This was the immediate response. But what are schools, homes, workplaces, outdoor public spaces, etc. going to look like in a post-pandemic world? As a start, it's important to remember that COVID-19 is not the first deadly disease in history to hit the world. Architecture, planning, and pandemics have a long tied history. Contagious diseases have always been a threat to urban life, and density can turn deadly, as proven with the plague, cholera, typhoid, the Spanish flu, and now COVID-19. The realization that access to clean water, air, and green spaces have an impact on our health and well-being have shaped the way we have planned our cities for a long time. So this is a good place to start when planning for the future. We also know that cities need to be dense and connected if we are to avoid the environmental problems of a car-based culture, and that urban life must be full of interaction and social energy if we are to live happily in proximity. Question is how to balance this with COVID-19 and other future pandemics. In this lies a great challenge. Regarding housing, I imagine two of the key trends from the COVID situation that will survive into a future post-pandemic world. And they are the need for workspace and extra privacy, taking over from the former key trend of open plan living. Regarding the workspace in a post-pandemic world, it will need to incorporate flexibility into office design, and again, as with housing, open office spaces will be replaced by more private workspaces as a result of the pandemic. There will be less density in the office, as people will be working both from home and the office. We can imagine the same for schools. Less density, as digital homeschooling will also take over some of school time, at least for the older, more autonomous children. In Denmark, we have had success with outdoor schooling, and I can imagine that this will be partly stay post-COVID as well. Returning to a pre-COVID setup seems unthinkable by many, but radical change can be tricky too. My hope is, though, that architects, planners, and designers will take on the task of thinking radically and larger than just energy-efficient buildings and walkable cities, to rethink old structures and remake the world, not just for humankind. Thank you very much for your time, and thank you very much to the Korean Arts Council for inviting me to participate in this seminar.
Thank you, Josephine Michau, the Festival Director of Copenhagen Architecture Festival, for your presentation on the time and architecture. I think many of the audience were reminded of their own experience as they listened to the part of urgent decision-making and transformative response. Thank you for sharing with us your experience of asking fundamental questions about the festival and about architecture, about the way things were as we stood still. I would like to hear more about your plan for this year and going forward based on your responses last year in the discussion. She mentioned that the return to the pre-COVID era is not the best option anymore. I think that warrants consideration. What about you? What is your take on that?
마지막으로 미샤오 감독님께서 던지신 건축가들이 안아야 할 급진적 변화의 과제.
She talked about the radical change to be undertaken by architects. And as she talked about the social interactions and the catalyst for social energy to be considered in creating an interface with people, that naturally made me think about the various practices and attempts made by artists. Next presenter is Professor Garen Krager of Kunstakademie Düsseldorf, as well as a sculptor. Professor Krager held a very special exhibition in Bottrop, Germany, while all the performances and exhibitions were unavailable. The exhibition was held not in an ordinary gallery, but in a vaccination center. Let's have a look.
My name is Gerion Kreber. I'm a sculptor from Germany, and I live and work in Cologne. I would like to show you today my current show at the Vaccination Center in Bottrop. Bottrop is my hometown, and obviously there's a famous museum there dedicated to the Bauhaus teacher Joseph Albers, but museums and art institutions are, like everywhere else, all in lockdown. So for me, being a visual artist, and depending on exhibitions, projects, and sometimes I experienced it similarly to others, that project were cancelled, exhibition postponed. So to these circumstances, I had obviously not as much restrictions as an actor or a DJ who basically wasn't allowed to perform any longer. I still have my studio here, which allows me a lot to work and to keep on working. And I feel that I do have a secure harbor like the Art Academy where I'm teaching. And so for me, the experience is somehow of the COVID-19 pandemic is probably not as harsh as for someone who is basically depending on an audience. I still have my working practice and I'm able to maintain it. However, I couldn't show my work, and by some kind of conditions, opportunities, options, I've been then offered to show at that new vaccination center in Bottrop. The reason for that is the landlord, he approached me and basically offered me that the former indoor golf facility, it's you can imagine an indoor digital based golf and a huge putting green in the middle, they were rented out to the city of Bottrop to be transformed into that vaccination center. And just in the middle on that putting green, there had to be put tarpaulin just to have the hygienic surface which they need there. And they had no idea how to use it. Obviously, it's a different way to show in a museum and at an institution or in a new built and transformed vaccination center. I would like to show you my work in my exhibition there, and would like to take you to the studio and discuss with you that probably a different take on the current pandemic, which all causes a certain kind of friction at least, or some kind of restriction for the arts and the culture. First, I would like to show you the exhibition, then I will take you to the studio. Welcome to the Vaccination Center in Bottrop. My large-scale works are probably hard to ignore, as there has been, for example, this 15-foot-long polystyrene doll laying here in front of you, and there are other pieces which then dangle from the ceiling, like the mobiles and the steel made in fine lines. It's hard to see on the video here, but it's made with spaghetti on top. It's a spaghetti dryer, and all these display or here the snowball, which you see is made in ceramics. All these works range from 2000 to 2020. So there's a display of my work which covers the whole 2 decades. Here, for example, the mobiles made with these translucent half-sanded mirrors in combination with others. This is a concrete piece called Graufleisch, and next to a piece which is cast in aluminium, chunky, and it looks like there has been like a part bitten off. Or here a more current work of 2020, which is a ceramic Agians, and I just bumped in with and disformed it. Here another of the mobiles, which dangles with 3 of these concrete bricks and the half translucent, half sanded mirror. All these works are probably deal with a certain kind of physicality, a certain presence. This is, for example, Finea, which consists out of polyurethane foam and is covered with chrome spray and lacquer. And here another polyurethane work, which is called Fitting, and displays this kind of monstrous, ambiguous, half-strange landscape of these green, dangling and dripping spaghetti-like foams. And here a piece which is called Pink Plank and is bright, laying and leaning against the pillar. When I nearly finished setting up the work at the Vaccination Center, the fire brigade turned up, and they scrutinized the work and told me that I had to remove a central big wax piece. They expected people to turn up and throw Molotov cocktails or whatever. At least they obviously had some kind of restrictions which I wasn't aware of. It all had to be inflammable. And I had to remove and set up pieces which are then the class B1, which is hard to ignite. So, and other restrictions are very uncommon for an art museum as well. For example, you're not allowed to enter. You're just allowed in if you're getting vaccinated, at least at the moment. For me, to have that show was kind of easy to set up because my storage is next door. The landlord kindly offered me to store my pieces for years, and you can imagine these large-scale pieces, they just crates stacked onto each other's large-scale stuff all over. And so I basically just had to go around the corner with the pieces or back due to fire reasons. When you're getting vaccinated, they put you on a chair. So for 20 minutes time, you're supervised in case you're getting an anaphylactic shock. So you're sitting there and looking at my sculptures. That's kind of uncommon. Even at an art museum, we're basically just spending probably 2 minutes in front of a piece, even if it's a video. But it probably alters our perception a bit. These are stable things which deal with a certain kind of materiality. Many of my works are actually site-specific or site-relating, how I call that. And in that case, at the center, I decided not to work site-specific. I somehow felt that's too academic, so somehow too not autonomous enough to give it a certain kind of counterpart. Instead of I've chosen a selection of pieces ranging of 20 years straight out of storage. Not only for practical reasons, we had the obvious things where I thought, okay, we can probably do something here, do that. The only thing I've done is the Topole. That was it. Probably that unmediated experience of art is something we are now lacking. We're going to a museum to exactly have that. And probably suddenly at an uncommon place, venue, you are allowed to experience that. Let's have a look around here in my studio. I work a lot in ceramics right now. You see work in progress here, partly fired, partly glazed, a range of different shapes. I've rediscovered a work of mine, an edition which I've done as a student 20 years ago. It's a tiny work filled with Vaseline bottles, what they use at the Vaccination Center. And you see these tiny bits, these crumbles of clay fired on a layer of plaster and then properly sealed. I've got them from my dad. He worked as a veterinarian, and perhaps my fixation on bodily moments has to be explained by that. Here you see another series of mine, which I'm using sellotape and spray paint to build up in layers, and then holes and cracks are just within a hot air gun. They just melt it in, and the piece starts to get a certain kind of inner life. You almost feel that there's something inside of it waiting to get out. And it feels like a strange skin on these surrogates. Here you see that's my working table, and you see there's ceramics, and there's a piece here next to my working place which is reminiscent of a beehive, and the beehive is literally used as a beehive. It's been made for a show here in Germany and had to house bees, but that turned out to be kind of difficult, so I preferred to have them even as normal sculptures just on the floor, as these strange smavos, I call them. They have this kind of outside shell with an inside, which is a bit like a cattle's throat or something. And here's a massive piece, which I'm currently doing for the show, which is actually postponed. I was invited to open the new space in Bottrop, the B12 exhibition space, and that will be for it. It's made in acrylic resin, and it's probably a bit reminiscent of an Henry Moore, but it is as well as looks like a bit like something, a whale, a rotting away, or something which has almost like a decay inside. It is probably the sheer physical presence in front of you. It's this kind of moment. My concern is to create then analogies. These analogies, I hope that people find themselves in them again. These ceramic wall pieces, they are hung in sets, and they might remind you of something underworld, underwater. They called quaps. My sculptures, they trigger contradictory associations, as they come across as light and heavy, as attractive and repulsive, as cute and threatening, as sublime and ridiculous at both at the same time. This is a certain kind of ambiguous experience. I try to bring pieces into that kind of moment where they exactly have that kind of capacity. The viewers, they act of making associations is an essential factor for this ambivalent effect. As I do not treat themes or have kind of subjects clearly, it is more that kind of sheer presence of the pieces which goes beyond any kind of instructions or some kind of ways of reading them. But it's the part of the viewer which makes them more like a discord experience. I regard myself as a sculptor of discord, as someone who deals with ambivalence and contingency in a sense that I try to find shapes, Gestalt, form for it. Corona might change even our thinking a bit. We're very much used to post-colonial theories or post-structurists, but they leave us almost clueless in facing that, what we're facing now. There are others now, for example that one, Anti-Fragile by Nicholas Nazim Taleb, providing us with new vocabulary, with new insights. It thinks in different terms, and probably that might be a good effect that we get new ways of thinking. Of course, art doesn't have an obvious medical effect, but it might perhaps take our minds off the dire situation we're currently in. It might ease the way we're dealing with our body, being there in the vaccination center, getting some kind of into your arm and not knowing what is going on. It is all on a microscopic level, and to find probably images for that, not in a literal sense, not in an illustrative sense, but into something which is more like an analogy, something you might experience in front of that, that might have some kind of impact on a different level. It took the opportunity of that condition, that almost traumatic pandemic experience for some of us, and probably tried to make that what is just a very abstract thing into some kind of concrete moment. The project that grabbed attention. I never had so much press and media coverage for my shows. Everything else was on lockdown, that venue cropped up, and I took that as an opportunity. So probably that's a way of dealing with a situation which is irregular. Probably to find new contexts, new ways of dealing with things which is not supposed to be like that, and it's probably not the best way, but it is a way which has a certain urgency, a certain necessity, and that's what I do enjoy about that.
Thank you, Professor. Professor Kraber explained the history of his artistic practices and his works as an analogy to capture and deliver a very microscopic phenomenon, and the intent for the audience to be stimulated to have an association, the contingency or ambivalence he intended for his works. I totally agree with the statement that the artistic practices can have a valuable impact on the new way of thinking to brace ourselves for the future. How can you realize society which enables artists to realize the value of coexistence and its various effects, although arts do not have any visible or medical effects? This I would like to discuss later in the discussion. Last but not least, we have Mr. John McMahon, a senior manager for policy and research of the Arts Council England. He will deliver his presentation on the overview of Let's Create, Arts Council England's 10-year strategy for community arts, and how ACE has responded to the pandemic which broke about soon after the announcement of the strategy.
Good afternoon. I hope you're all well in these still somewhat strange and uncertain times. My name is John McMahon. I'm the National Lead for Arts, Health and Wellbeing at Arts Council England, and I'm really pleased to be here to speak to you all today. Many thanks to colleagues at Arts Council Korea for inviting me, and to all my fellow speakers across the very interesting and important two-day conference programme, and indeed to all of you who've taken the time to join us for the conversation today. In this 20-minute presentation, I'm looking to give you a bit of an introduction to Arts Council England, who we are and what we do, to talk about what our response has been in terms of supporting arts and cultural organisations during the pandemic, to look at how the cultural sector has supported communities during the pandemic, and then to look a bit at the future over the years to come. So in terms of who the Arts Council are, we're England's national development agency for creativity and culture. We're what's called an arm's length body of the UK's Department for Digital, Culture, Media and Sport. This means that we work on behalf of government, but with a degree of delegated freedom to make funding and policy decisions to support the needs of the sectors that we're responsible for. And this includes artists and arts organisations across all art forms, museums, public libraries, and also the broader role of culture and creativity in British society, including in fields like education, local government, and healthcare. In January 2020, we published a document called Let's Create. It's our new 10-year strategy, and it sets out our strategic vision and the key outcomes that we aim to deliver over the next 10 years, serving as a blueprint for creativity and culture in communities across England. What we aim for is that by 2023, England will be a country in which the creativity of every single one of us is valued and given the chance to flourish, and where everyone has access to a remarkable range of high quality cultural experiences. I'll come back to Let's Create later in the presentation. So we're also a funder as well as this development agency remit. In a normal year, we allocate about £620 million to support the arts in England. It comes from a mix of government funding and also through the UK National Lottery. In addition to that, we sometimes distribute funding for some other government departments, including about £76 million a year for the Department for Education to support creative learning programmes and to maintain a national network of music education hubs. Of this national expenditure, the larger proportion goes on this network. We call them our national portfolio organisations. So it's 829 organisations that get regular funding from us. They're of all sizes, from really huge to tiny community arts organisations. At the moment, all of them are receiving funding from us between 2018 and 2023. We also usually award about £90 million a year or so to around 3,500 projects each year through an open programme that we call Arts Council National Lottery Project Grants. And we distribute a range of wider funding, including to individual artists and through a range of targeted programmes. In addition to all of that, the money that we spend, our footprint goes beyond that. So we're responsible for the over 2,500 museums in England, most of which we don't fund regularly. We're responsible for the over 3,000 public libraries in England, over 32,000 formally constituted voluntary arts organisations, and there are also over 250,000 creative and cultural businesses, and by some calculations over 2 million professionals in these adjoining sectors. And as a development agency, we're responsible for all of that. So supporting the arts during COVID-19. I mentioned on those previous slides what we do in a normal year. Obviously, this has been far from a normal year. As has been the case in many countries, the COVID-19 pandemic in the UK has really severely impacted spaces where people ordinarily would come together and connect. Needless to say, that's brought a significant disruption for the way that arts organisations, museums and libraries can do their work in the United Kingdom. So there's been a core of support available nationally from the UK government across all sectors of the economy, including arts and culture being able to benefit. There's been this really huge intervention called the Coronavirus Job Retention Scheme, which has seen employers where they've been unable to let their staff work because of the COVID restrictions, they've been able to claim up to 80% of the salary of those staff, up to £2,500 per month per person. So far, 9.5 million workers across 1.2 million employers have benefited from that programme. There's been a similar intervention for the self-employed called the Self-Employment Income Support Scheme. So far, 1.9 million individuals have benefited from that. Both of these schemes at the moment are scheduled to run until the end of September, which will mean 18 months duration, unless they're extended again. So far, the estimated cost of those is 100 billion by the end of the pandemic. So really unprecedented peacetime investment. In addition to those, because the kind of specificities of business models for many arts organisations and practitioners, we've also developed a further sector-specific programme support for the arts and arts organisations. 2 weeks after the first lockdown was announced at the Arts Council, we launched this emergency response programme, so £160 million to help organisations weather the immediate financial hit of the crisis, and we made nearly 10,000 awards through that programme. Quite soon after that, the UK government announced an enormous £1.57 billion culture recovery fund across the arts, heritage and related fields. We've distributed about £656 million of that. So far, we've made about 2,000 awards. We've opened up some of our rolling programmes that have been paused because of the pandemic, with a focus on organisational health through this period, National Lottery project grants, and also an artist-facing programme called Developing Your Creative Practice. Between both of those, we've awarded nearly £50 million over 3,000 grants. We've had an emergency grassroots music fund that's made 135 awards. We've distributed a further 4 million through 7 artists' benevolent funds. In total, this has come to over £800 million and over 15,000 grants made. For context, that's over 4 or 5 times the normal level of activity that we would have, both financially and the number of awards made. So it's been again, incredibly intense for us, not that it hasn't been for all other sectors and all other countries as well. Last week, it was announced there's going to be a £360 million extension to the Culture Recovery Fund, and we're just waiting to see how much of that Arts Council England will be expected to distribute. So that's how we've been supporting the sector. How has the sector been supporting the public? One of the really remarkable things about the pandemic has been how individuals and communities have responded to the stress and stasis that lockdown has brought by embracing culture and the arts. The role played by creativity has been really profound, stimulating and entertaining people, whilst also bridging and breaching loneliness and isolation, helping people to manage clinical mental ill health, as well as promoting positive mental well-being for the wider community. We've seen support for physical well-being through activities like dance for mobility and singing for lung health. And the arts have provided hope and a means of processing uncertainty and trauma, and they provided an outlet for grief and a way for families who've been kept apart to stay connected. We've seen loads of really inspiring moments of spontaneous creativity since the start of the crisis. Maybe the most iconic was the very moving sight of Italian families singing to each other across the deserted streets from their balconies. We've seen in the United Kingdom a programme of spontaneous garden gigs that emerged initially in the northern city of Sheffield, with people playing safe distance shows to each other from their gardens. We've seen really colossal engagement in a series of television-led mass participatory projects. So Grayson Perry, the visual artist, had this show Grayson's Art Club. It was getting 1.3 million viewers a week. People were encouraged to draw whilst the programme was being broadcast. They were encouraged to submit their artworks to the show. They've received 25,000 artworks so far, which are being sifted for selection in an exhibition at Manchester Art Gallery at the end of the crisis. We've also had Gareth Malone's Great British Home Chorus. This was an internet choir created by a BBC singing teacher and television presenter. And so far, 100,000 people, well, actually just in the first week, 100,000 people signed up to take part in this virtual choir. At the Arts Council, we've also launched a new partnership with the BBC called Culture in Quarantine to bring extra high quality creative content to people at home. We've seen book clubs, singing groups and drawing classes get creative to stay connected with their members, using video conferencing platforms online, of course, as we are here, but also embracing analog communication by sharing tapes, letters and books by post. The use of windows and doors as impromptu gallery space has been so widely adopted that London's Victoria and Albert Museum have been trying to document the moment for posterity. They've been bringing that into their permanent collection. Lots of individual arts organisations have seen, or they've done really phenomenal things as well. So there's been a lot of organisations delivering singing classes to support the respiratory rehabilitation of those vulnerable to or recovering from COVID, including here English National Opera's Breathe singing programme. Many other organisations have been working really hard to deliver a full programme of online and telephone-based activities to support particularly isolated or vulnerable local residents. This includes examples like here, Heart and Soul. This is a learning disability focused organisation in London, or here the Old Courts in Wigan in the northwest of England were actually delivering food parcels alongside artistic and creative activities. We've also seen organisations focusing on delivering activities and entertainment to those in particularly isolated settings. So this organisation, Live Music Now, have been delivering socially distanced concerts for older people living in care homes. We've seen Arts and Homelessness International and the Museum of Homelessness providing books and creative activities to homeless people who've been brought into hotels and temporary accommodation during the crisis. And even the National Criminal Justice Arts Alliance and many other organisations working incredibly hard to ensure that people in prisons still have access to creative activities whilst they're experiencing this sort of double lockdown in prison during a pandemic, sometimes spending 22 hours a day in their cells. Other organisations have focused on delivering a full providing printed materials and activities by post. So the South Bank Centre have sent out thousands of creative parcels for people living with dementia. At Arts Council England ourselves, we've distributed over 25,000 of these Let's Create packs to school children who are isolating at home. As a big COVID-focused intervention, we've also had a £1.8 million funding programme called Thriving Communities. That's funding 37 projects that will seek to reach over 100,000 of the people who've been hardest hit by COVID-19. This is a partnership with the National Academy for Social Prescribing, Sport England, Historic England, Natural England, the National Health Service in England and others. So looking forward, as already mentioned, a year ago we published Let's Create, our new 10-year strategy. Next week we publish some updates that will further detail how we'll support the sector to thrive and to support communities as we exit the pandemic. The development of this strategy was underpinned by really extensive consultation. Over 5,000 people fed in, not just from our own sectors, people like artists, librarians, curators, musicians, but right across England, including children, young people, those working in fields like education and healthcare, and the wider general public. Amongst the key findings of the consultation were that there are still significant variances geographically and socioeconomically in terms of who has access to the arts and culture, signalled a really clear need to further improve diversity, inclusion and representation within the creative and cultural industries, signalled a need to foster greater resilience in the business models of cultural organisations, and a need to enable the sector to innovate in order to meet the challenges of the future. From April 2021 onwards, one of the key ways that we'll seek to meet these challenges will be by requiring every organisation we fund to work towards these three outcomes that you can see, or at least one of these three outcomes that you can see on the screen. So creative people, which is about ensuring that everyone can develop and express creatively through their life. Creative communities, which is to support villages, towns and cities to thrive through a collaborative approach to culture. And this vision of a creative and cultural country where England's cultural sector is innovative, collaborative and international. Alongside those, we have these four investment principles which set out how cultural organisations can develop in order to better deliver those three outcomes. These are ambition and quality, so that will drive cultural organisations to be ambitious and committed to continuously improving the quality of their work. Inclusion and relevance, so ensuring that England's diversity is fully reflected in the organisations and individuals that we support and in the culture that they produce. Dynamism, so this is supporting cultural organisations to be dynamic and able to respond to the challenges of the next decade. And environmental responsibility, so we're asking the sector to lead the way in their approach to environmental sustainability. So we're only at the very start of our journey with Let's Create. We know that the challenges brought by the pandemic increase the need to deliver the changes that I've outlined. Alongside the pandemic, other factors which globally we all face together, all of us at this conference this week, including inequality, the climate crisis and environmental degradation, and ongoing change wrought by continuous advances in technology. I'm really glad to be here representing Arts Council England and joining all of you here today to discuss how as a global creative community, we can collectively navigate and overcome the challenges presented not only by COVID-19, but all of these factors that lie beyond. Thanks again, and I look forward to joining my fellow speakers on the panel shortly and maybe answering some of your questions. You can find Arts Council England on Twitter at Ace National and on Instagram at Acegrams. I'm also on Twitter at John Mac Arts. On both of these platforms, you can follow the conversation around our new strategy with the hashtag Let's Create, and I'll share some of the examples that I've given in this presentation using that hashtag and also using any conference hashtag that we have, that ARKO have. For now, further thanks, keep well, and I look forward to seeing you all on the panel and maybe all of us working together in the future. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. I was deeply moved by your statement that people embraced with each other through art and fill the void created by loneliness, isolation. Your presentation confirmed once again that art is another name for hope in this world full of uncertainty and hurt unknowns. I could see that the implementation of the concrete policies, but I'd like to learn more about that in the discussion.
이렇게 2021 아르코 온라인 국제 심포지엄 다시 연결하기 지금까지
2021 ARKO International Online Symposium Reconnection. We have a keynote and 3 presentations so far. Now let us move on to the discussion. We will have designated discussion as well as a free discussion by opening the floor to the questions. Those of you joining us online can post your question in the comment window or ask the question verbally. And you are given the opportunity to ask a question. Let me introduce our 2 discussants. We are joined by Ms. Jinhee Lee, an Art Council member, as well as the president of Women with Disability Empathy, or WDE. Very nice to meet you. Today's symposium is truly international with many participants from around the world. From Dutch as well, we are joined by Managing Director Michau of Dutch National Knowledge Institute for Culture and Digitalization, or DEN. Mr. Verwerk, I'd like to listen to you first. He will talk about the new paradigm and the new normal brought about by the pandemic to the culture and arts sector, and what kind of policy changes is required accordingly. So we will first listen to his presentation before moving on to the discussion.
Great. Thank you all for inviting me to this panel, and well, you have asked me shortly to introduce a new method for practical research in the cultural sector in the Netherlands. And this new practice may influence the Dutch cultural policy in the future. So I'll share my screen because I have a few slides prepared. Okay. As I was introduced, I'm the managing director of DEN. This is a Dutch Knowledge Institute for Cultural and Digital Transformation in the Netherlands. And we are a sector supporting organization for culture. We are funded by the Dutch national government, and we support cultural organizations and cultural professionals with their digital transformation. We develop and share knowledge, we inspire with best practices, we empower with capacity building programs and online toolkits, and we will collaborate within a national and international network. And for me, it was very inspiring to hear the three stories of my fellow panelists. So I'm very interested to start the discussion in a few minutes. But first, I want to introduce to you a new practical research method, which is called field labs, and it is a new method for practical research as a base for future-proof cultural policy in the Netherlands. Excuse me. So this new method may collect new insights that can develop into new policies by our government for the cultural sector. And to go to our Arts Council, it has delivered an advice to our Ministry of Culture on the 16th of November 2020. And of course, our government has introduced similar types of financial support packages as in the UK. And parallel to all those support packages that were heavily supported by our Arts Council, our Arts Council designed several future scenarios to look beyond the recovery of COVID-19 and to use this crisis as a driver for innovation and change to become more agile and resilient as a sector, because obviously our sector in the Netherlands was also very struck by all the closing and the lack of audiences. And the Dutch Arts Council advised the Ministry of Culture to introduce the new systematic method of field labs to support the cultural and creative sector for sustainable resilience and agility. This concept of field labs has been introduced in the Netherlands around 2008 during the worldwide financial recession. And it was introduced to support public and private partnership and to boost economic industries in the Netherlands, where we are famous for, like the industries, like creative industries, the high-tech industry and life sciences. So it was already in the Dutch national policies from 2008, and it was introduced to tackle grand societal challenges like global warming, aging societies, security, and public health. So government and different industries gather together in these public-private partnerships. What is a field lab? It is a systematic method developed by the creative industry to perform practical experiments in existing environments by a consortium of stakeholders, so public and private stakeholders. And then in short iterative loops, possible solutions are tested with the target groups. And this process of iterative loops is repeated until the optimal solution presents itself. So a field lab is a method, a practical method to gain knowledge on how to tackle challenges and find solutions that are feasible, viable, interchangeable and scalable. So now back to the advice of the Arts Council in mid-November of last year. The Arts Council recognized 3 challenges, and it advised our Ministry of Culture to introduce this method, this practical research method of field labs to challenge, to investigate those challenges and come up with practical solutions. So the 3 challenges they recognized were digitalization, spatial design, and product differentiation. For the first challenge, digitalization, we as a Knowledge Institute for Digital Transformation for the Cultural Sector are involved and mentioned. So for this field lab, I know I have the most information, and the assignment for this field lab, according to our Arts Council, is to for concept development for new platforms for digital cultural content and to connect online audiences. Because what we see in our country, and my guess is it will not be different from other countries, is that many cultural institutions are developing their own platform. They are developing their own platform for their own audiences, and of course that is that costs a lot of money and they don't share knowledge about creating and organizing this platform. And the audiences are divided between different platforms. So they're not, they don't share their audiences on one single or a few platforms. So it is interesting to design concepts which all these platforms are connected together, and a platform that serves the common interest and not seek profit. That's also a very important part of this advice of our Arts Council. And of course, because of the platform, the digital channel is different than a live performance and live exhibitions. They also ask to investigate in this field lab new digital or hybrid artistic formats for this platforms. And the next one is spatial design, and it is to investigate future-proof and innovate current successful spatial experiments in social distancing or new artistic spaces. In a way, is it also what Gerion Kreber told us about in his talk? So it's it's also a field lab that our Arts Council proposed. And the last topic is product differentiation. And in this field lab, there is proposed to a development of new modular artistic concepts that can be integrated more flexible in different contexts or concepts. So to close this, this short presentation, what opportunities are there when our Ministry of Culture decides to introduce this new method of field lab? I think that if we have these field labs and we investigate and do practical research with the cultural institutions themselves, we induce new and future-proof collaboration between organizations inside and outside the cultural domain, which will be very interesting. There is this introduction of agile working methods for cultural professionals, where audience are a focus point. I think it's also very interesting to see how that works. And the focus on innovation in all aspects of a cultural organization will be introduced. And innovation, as I look into the cultural organizations in the Netherlands, is very well met within the artistic domain, but there are several other domains where innovation could be very helpful to become more future-proof, agile and resilient. But of course, there are also challenges, because I probably, what I try to say is that these field labs are not yet introduced, because we face some challenges, like our government, our Ministry of Culture, has no legal fundament for this new instrument. And so this new instrument for practical research outside of the acknowledged funding bodies needs to be legally funded, and that takes up a lot of time. So we are still waiting for a decision and a method from our Ministry of Culture to get these field labs working. And then there is this challenge, which will be in the future, how the results of these field labs can translate into policy to support the cultural sector. So that also will be an interesting challenge. And for the cultural organizations, I think it is a challenge to convince them of the benefits of collaborating, of sharing audiences, sharing knowledge, and scalable solutions for the broader cultural sector. So, well, that was my my short presentation. Thank you, and I'll give the word back to the moderator and stop share my screen.
네, 감사합니다.
Thank you very much for your remark, and also thank you very much for sharing that interesting idea and also the proposal. And actually, I think this actually gives us a lot of topics for rich discussions, especially the Josephine Michau. She talked about the design of the alternative space, and I think in the sense she has a lot to talk about. So in other words, we are now for the processes of creating new design spaces. If you could share with us your experiences or pose some questions, then that will be highly appreciated.
Sorry, there was a question for me, right? There's a little bit of a relay between the translation.
Right, that was the question to the Josephine Michau.
Okay, thank you. So the question was, can you please repeat it?
질문을 다시 한번.
네, 필드 랩에서
So in field lab,
크게 두 가지 과제를 안고
there
있었는데요.
were two questions, and one of them was about the design of space.
새롭게 해나가는 데 있어서 필드
Design of space.
준비해 놓고
Field lab
있는 과정.
is now preparing some new attempts, such as agile working, and also the reiteration of the same processes and the closed loop to enhance the possibility of success. So that was what's introduced by the field lab. And so regarding this process of new space design, Ms. Michau, if you do have any experiences, can you please share with us and also comment on that?
Sorry, Rhoda. Yeah, I'm not sure if well, I mean, my experience is for the spatial transformations due to the COVID-19 has been a digital spatial adaptation, and we're just learning the possibilities of that of the virtual space. And then, as I think I reflected on in one of my videos, was this thing of how cities and how workspaces and schools and homes have adapted to the new situation where we need to keep a distance. But I'm not sure if I'm responding to the question, because it came in very cut off some of the words.
Would you allow me to ask you a question,
yes,
Josephine? Can I?
Of course.
Because I was very intrigued, because you said you are already experimenting with a hybrid formula, right, with your festival. And I'm very interested in that, because I think if I look in the Netherlands, that hybrid is a very hype word right now. It's very, because everybody is looking for these new hybrid forms where online and offline amplify activities, amplify those your societal role as a cultural institution. Do you think that there is that the government can how the government can support these new hybrid forms? Do you have thoughts on that?
Well, I think it's something that will stay. It's not just, I mean, it is a COVID response, but it's a response that has a what do you call it? It's legitimate beyond the pandemic situation. As a festival, we research a lot in order to have this yearly annual explosion of events, and why not put a lot of that research online, help the audience to get into into the knowledge that exists out there within the given theme. We have annual different themes. And the way we worked with it was not very strategically in the beginning, because it was really out of a very certain new situation. But for example, we would change an exhibition into a TV format, or we would put a seminar online instead. We've tried that a lot already for the past year, and now working a little bit more strategically with it. What we're now adapting our website to be able to host much more content and be interesting to kind of visit. And so the hybrid format will play out in a way where, for example, we will organize podcasts that will play out in real life, where we kind of guide people with the podcast. It could be audio walks that then happens also in real life with a guided with a physical guide together with the audio walks, and the physical guided tour can then inform further to the audio walk because new findings were done, or this is just still on a hypothetical level, but that's how we imagine it play out. So taking digital formats offline, and offline formats, of course, document them, but also let them inform maybe a digital format that we have already developed pre the offline event. And I saw that John was asking or wanted to respond or something like that. Ask a question, yeah.
So, Mr. McMahon, do you have anything to respond or question?
Can you hear me now?
Oh.
Okay.
Can't
hear you.
So, John McMahon, can you hear us? If you can hear us,
Hi. Yes, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Apologies, I've had to switch for this sort of Britney Spears air traffic control style headset. It was just a question relating to the conversation between Meike and Josephine there. Thinking about that hybridization that you described, this sort of interweaving between old patterns of real world engagement and the different possibilities or connectivity brought by the digital. Just interested, particularly Josephine, from an architecture perspective, to think about the long-term, the medium to long-term impact on the public realm, really, because something that we see in the United Kingdom, I imagine there are similar trends in Denmark, in the Netherlands, in Germany, is quite a heavy impact on retail, and maybe a shift of retail from the high street to online. So that might have quite a profound impact in reshaping our public realm. A big and probably long-term shift to working from home as well, which might remove the same concentration of office space from our urban environments in the future. So this brings quite a significant reconfiguration potentially. It also creates possibly quite a lot of empty space in our urban centres in particular. Thinking about the role for architecture and the arts and culture in the reshaping or the revivifying or the response of our public realm, our public spaces to this shift. Josephine, do you have any thoughts from an architectural perspective or a social planning design perspective on that?
Not a very reflected one. I remember I remember from my own side when the pandemic hit, I was like, so why do we need cities? And everyone thought everyone will move out of cities because cities are I mean, it's the daily encounter with the bakery and going to the restaurants and having access to cinemas and all that. And if that's not possible anymore, cities are not relevant anymore. But it seems as cities are, I mean, people are still moving into the cities, and demand is high. I think I mean, what I experienced with the fest, because we had a physical festival in October, was this hunger for the physical meeting. And I don't think we will all just have an online life, because we are humans with meat and blood, and I mean, we need the physical encounter, and that's one of the reasons why cities will survive as cities. And I think we will the solidarity that Mr. What was his name, Boseon Shim spoke about in the beginning in his keynote, of supporting local produce, local shops, and so on. I mean, we can hope that will replace and take over the online shopping, and sustain what makes a city interesting, which is going to your local bookshop, is going to your bakery, I think.
It's very interesting. Something that we're actively exploring is how cultural organizations can become even more important as anchor institutions in the public realm, so museums and theatres and libraries. If there is that reconfiguration away from retail, away from office space, how do cultural organizations play a key part in how we congregate and interact in the public realm, and how do they keep our high streets and town centres vibrant? If there are those other kind of removed incentives or rationales for people to visit. We're also very interested in and actively exploring the way that artists and arts organizations can play a role in reanimating empty spaces, empty shops, but also public squares and parks and that side of things, in order to maintain that vibrancy and that connectivity between citizens as well.
Mm. In Denmark, the cultural institutions are the least prioritized in getting people back together. It's very much a shopping first priority, and culture is like they just launched a plan this morning, and culture is again last priority. But I think you're right. I think the cultural institutions and the arts are what brings us together, and which creates a common identity and collective experiences and so on. So I think it's good that you're there to make these things happen. Yeah.
Thank you very much for your lively discussion. What to do and how we are going to do it in response to the requirements as well as the needs of the society, what arts can do and what arts can put into practice. I think a field lab is there to consider these questions. Such an agile approach of testing ideas over and over again to draw out a practical solution. I believe field lab is to create something which is not there yet. But there is no legal ground for funding, so you're waiting for that. That's my understanding. So I'd like to ask for your response on that method of field lab. Since Mr. John McMahon, you are working on the policy making, I'd like to ask for your comment on this method of field lab.
It was very interesting, and I didn't know much about it before seeing Meike's presentation, so it was fascinating to learn a little bit more. I think the ways in which we foster innovation in this post-pandemic period, but also considering, as we've all discussed in different ways, the many other evolving social challenges that we're facing, environmental, ecological, technological. I think considering the way that we position culture and creativity as fundamental to the social innovation that helps us meet those challenges is a really important question. I think the way in which the field labs that Meike has described bring together different stakeholders within and beyond the cultural sector, including with higher education and government and the public sector, but also potentially private sector and beyond, is really, really interesting and has enormous potential. I think as well as these sort of specifically funded or nurtured field labs that Meike has described, there is a broader conversation for the way in which cultural organizations play. I used a term previously, anchor institutions, so a role in sort of how they play a role that is pivotal in terms of underpinning the social fabric and the fabric of the public realm, as we just described, but also the role that they play in helping to evolve the tapestry of ideas that our society navigates around. I listened to a really interesting BBC broadcast yesterday that was discussing the evolution of scientific method and what science has to tell us in the wake of the pandemic and in the face of other emerging crises. And one of the things that a number of these eminent scientists on the panel described was a need to broaden the microscope. So they spoke about moving from a microscope to a macroscope to involve philosophy and the arts and these kind of broader fields of understanding in helping us to make sense of the challenges that science is facing, because science cannot face them alone. So I think the field lab model and thinking about how it interacts with scientific, technological innovation, as well as social policy and cultural innovation, is a really, really interesting question as well.
네, 감사합니다.
Thank you very much for that comment. I also want to hear from the Professor Krever, especially the field lab. I think it's a process, the working in process. It's very meaningful and to garner some social understandings from art. And also this is critical to promote cooperation among different stakeholders. So in this sense, it's a very important anchor institution or the medium. So from the artist perspective, Mr. Krever, at this time of crisis, what are the opportunities the field lab could create?
Well, in the arts world, we actually have a field lab, and that's called Project Space. In the visual arts, usually you have museums, galleries, and you have small, very, very small institutions, not even that, but mainly temporary projects which occupy space. And usually it's a physical space. And it might be that there is some kind of substitute possible online, but on the other hand, visual arts is still very much a mediated, not an unmediated, a direct thing. And one of the key things in a museum is that it is direct in front of you, that it has a presence. And so I'm a bit more skeptical about that moment. It might be a good message for cultural research or something, but for the actual vibrant moment of encountering art, it is more vital, I think, just to have that what we are really good at, actually having exhibitions, shows, and having something you could be with for a certain kind of period of time, even if it's not in your house, but it's in a public space which you're allowed to enter for a fee or without a fee, it doesn't matter. I'm aware of that. There's a need for hybrid formats. We had that as a discussion here. The thing with a hybrid is, just imagine a motorcycle. And during the 1950s, they had this motorcycle, there was a sidecar next to it. So, and that's a hybrid as well. But you neither have the security of a car, which gives you the comfort of being in that metal cell, or on the other hand, you don't have the experience of the fast and adventurous ride of a motorcycle. So with a hybrid, it's not always a win-to-win thing. Sometimes something is lacking, which is vital, and it's sometimes a mixture which doesn't provide you with an experience with the extremes do provide you. So instead of thinking of hybrids, we probably have the opportunity to think exclusively online, things we're doing right now, having something online and not as a hybrid format. And I'm very curious what artists are going to make out of that, out of the actual online space. The only thing is, it is always tend to be just on a screen. And for me, the key moment is the interaction moment, like we're having it here, we're having a discussion. But I'm not a media artist, I'm a sculptor, so it's not my business, unfortunately. You have to ask someone else.
네, 감사합니다.
Thank you very much.
그 필드랩에서 고안한 이 반복적 루프를 통해서 가능한
The closed loop approach devised by Field Lab.
형상하는 것. 전 세계를 걸쳐서 전시를
Well, Professor Craver just mentioned that, well, this is already there in the name of the project-based approach. I totally agree with you. And, well, his advice is that you don't need to focus too much on hybridity. So we need to be flexible in approaching both ends, the two sides.
얘기를 더 논해보고 싶은데 시간
Well, due to time constraint, I think we need to move on to the next designated discussant, Ms. Jinhee Lee.
Yes, as introduced, I am Ijini. Very nice to meet you. While listening to all your discussion on Field Lab, what I am reminded of is that when it comes to the feminism, the feminist movement, there is a term called the multiple perspective politics. In other words, between the things that are not relevant at all, you try to find out some connections, and the power of discovering the connection could be an enabling force to resolve the situation. So that reminds me of that concept. Anyway, let me begin my discussion. While preparing for the discussion paper, I saw your presentation. I watched that. I read that. And also I discussed with the other activists in Korea, and also I read the book. And let me quote one of the sentences from that book. This book was written by the Boseon, and she's an activist for the HIV infected patients. And she said that she talked about the remission. Remission is a medical term, not referring to the condition of full recovery, but it means a time when the body finally accepts the pain and becomes generous to the disease and makes preparation anew for a future attack of the disease. So I believe that our society needs to have this generosity and acceptance, and I believe art could play a very pivotal role in achieving this. And in order to do that, we should not have the concept of the recovery, but we have to look into the structure of isolation reproduced by the COVID-19. So the policy is very important, but we should not be mired in policies.
even before the COVID-19, we actually had the vulnerable people with disabilities, and also the elderly, and people who are institutionalized, and they had fought for their rights. However, the government always treated them either with the brutal crackdown or sympathy. In other words, their rights are not protected, and also the structural vulnerabilities are not properly examined. And in this social system, they were driven and exposed to a system of violence that forced them to prove that they are real refugees, they are real disabled, they are real artists. And in that sense, it's very difficult to have the sense of solidarity. And also, the 72% of artists are freelancers, and they are the ones who frequently face discrimination. And therefore, in our organization, we are fighting for the rights for artists and people with disabilities, especially under the Universal Social Security Program. We have to have a program that can protect the rights of the artists. However, a lot of government programs are too result-oriented. So I was admired and surprised by your presentations. And I believe that the Korean policymakers should refer to this to come up with more appropriate policies. But at the same time, I think we should not just admire and try to mimic what's happening in Europe. Rather, we have to look at the Europe's social conditions that enable such comprehensive discussions on COVID responses. So in other words, the world where the art responded to and the art create. For this, I think we need to have some long-term view rather than being mired in immediate needs. And I think here the key is right. What enabled this long-term thinking eventually boils down to the issue of right. In other words, we have to create some connections with the concept of rights, especially for the vulnerable, including artists. So we have to deal with the discrimination and injustice that existed even before the crisis squarely, and at the same time, you have to come up with the right policies to properly protect the rights of artists, because in the Korean society, yes, human rights are part of the government institutions, but oftentimes they are not materialized, they are not properly practiced. And therefore, I want to hear more about what are the social backgrounds or the philosophical foundation that enable your government to come up with such broad support programs for arts. Let me be more specific with the question. In Korea, contactless becomes a new normal, and everybody believes that new normal equals contactless. And I want to know your situations as well. In fact, I am very concerned about the vulnerable people who are facing discrimination and isolation and who don't have enough resources. For them, it's very difficult to have access to online platform. And even if the access is granted, the resources on online platform are not fairly distributed, and therefore if we do not pay due attention to this issue of unfair distribution in the process of shifting to contactless society, then what kind of impact it will have? I don't think that's that meaningful. And therefore, it could be too naive to simply conclude that the new normal will provide more diversified access to art with contactless technologies. The second question, so beyond the protection of the artist's rights, beyond the protection of artists, we really have to expand the rights of artists. And after the COVID-19, I wonder what kind of situation will be unfolded and what kind of discussions we need to have. In fact, the government keeps saying that they know that the artists' conditions got aggravated, but the COVID is something that's inevitable. I agree with that, but I cannot support that claim. So arts are important to society, and therefore it must be protected. But what kind of art should be protected in this time of crisis. Especially since 2016, there was a Michau movement, but the Cultural Ministry of Korea has not come up with the proper responses, even today. So policies, yes, it determines and it selects the type of arts that they want to protect. There is always a mechanism of control and exclusion. So after the COVID-19, what kind of arts are going to be protected? And in the process, what kind of philosophies we should have? And in that sense, I want to know about what kind of discussions you had. For example, the UK Prime Minister announced the guideline on COVID-19 government reopening guidance, and we actually refer to that. And I think that this guideline was based on the Equality Act of the UK, which aims for the arts for everyone. So in pursuing that fair distribution of art, somehow I think artists' rights are properly respected. So likewise, we need to have a sufficient legal system and national foundation in order to have the right responses to the COVID-19. And we have to put the injustice perspective in viewing the COVID-19, and in this sense, I want to know what kind of discussions are now taking place in Europe with regards to the rights of artists and the art responses to COVID-19. And the third question?
기관의 증명을 거치지 않고 권리로서 예술 노동에 대한 대가를
받는
것의 중요성에 대해서 좀 강조하고 싶고
the artist's process of making art, it should be paid properly and respected properly. So now a lot of exhibitions are stopped because of the COVID-19. So in the sense, what kind of social discussions you have in order to acknowledging the artist's work of making art. And in fact, this kind of discussion is not that active in Korea. And one of the artists in Korea once mentioned that it's easy to quantify the actual outcome of the art and artist work. However, the labor and the work of artists is very difficult to be quantified as price. And therefore, I want to know what kind of discussions you have, and also how can we prove that quantification result of the artist's work in order to have a proper support program for artists. So I want to know what kind of discourses or the dialogue are going on in your countries. And the last is about the responsibility. In fact, Korea experienced a cluster infection in a gay bar in Seoul last year, and it actually reinforced the anti-LGBT bias in Korea, and it also put a very unnecessary focus on gay clubs and LGBT community. So yes, we do have some reasons that we all need physical gatherings, not just the online gatherings, and we cannot give up on the offline performances. So, but let's say that if the COVID infection occurs in the artistic venue, I want to know, I think that we have to have the clear concept of responsibilities and how the nation and the government should be held accountable and take responsibility for that. So I want to know about your situation. So I believe that we have to go beyond the paradigm of growth and development. Rather, I believe that we all have to pose a fundamental question of what caused COVID-19. And also we have to look into the injustice that lies behind the COVID-19 and how the government policies can respond to that. I think these are the quick questions that we should pose.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Amid taking urgent responses, I think we should not lose sight of what's really important and what's essential. She raised many questions. The first question, as one of the responses to the COVID-19, we would go for digital. But there we have uneven access, and there will be some inequality in terms of resource allocation. How are you responding to that from the perspective of the institution or festival, or from the perspective of an artist? I think Mr. McMahon might have some comment on this. Let me turn to you first.
Thank you. I was worried you might come to me first on that. I mean, fantastic summary from Junhee there, and I love the T-shirt, leave no one behind, and I think that could be a real sort of motto or a mantra for exiting the pandemic moment for all of us. So thank you for that, and thank you for speaking so powerfully about inequality, and that's something sometimes that civil servants and policymakers can be inhibited from talking about sort of very, very freely. Obviously, sort of a major facet anyway of life as an artist in the United Kingdom, and I think internationally, has been that very often it is unstable work, precarious in terms of contracts, often low paid, a lot of barriers to becoming an artist or to practicing as an artist, and advantages that exist for people on the basis of social status or family income or class or race or being able-bodied, for example. So those are all challenges that we faced anyway prior to the pandemic, and probably all of us at our different levels and our different organizations were engaged in trying to address those. I think the pandemic moment has only heightened many of those challenges. So employment for artists has become and in many other fields of sort of self-employment within our different economies, become destabilized further. Something that we see in the United Kingdom, I don't know if it's the same in your countries, are stories of artists who are unable to practice taking jobs in supermarkets or as delivery drivers or in these other kinds of key worker roles through the face of the crisis. It's really essential that we don't lose a cohort of those artists who had the fewest protections in terms of income stability, etc., from the creative workforce. So how are we allowing people to continue to practice as artists or return to practicing as artists will be a really, really important question, and how we're not only kind of protecting the balance of representation that we had before, again, in terms of class or ethnic background or disability, but creating further heightened opportunities for a greater diversity of artists to be part of our creative workforce and to be part of shaping the creative conversation that we have in our different societies and internationally. We know that as well as that sort of economic instability and the social barriers faced within the arts, that many of these groups that we have both invoked have been at greater risk of the worst impacts of the pandemic. So people with disabilities, physical and learning disabilities, have been very, very vulnerable to the health impacts of the pandemic, more likely to die. In the United Kingdom, communities from ethnic minorities have faced the same challenges of risk to the health impacts of the pandemic, as well as the economic impact. So it's not a conversation that we're having only within the arts and culture. The challenges that we face are a microcosm of challenges or currents of inequality that flow across our societies, but the way in which the arts can play a role in opening the conversation about those challenges and positing solutions, I think will be really, really important as well. I think this is something I could talk about all day, but I don't want to talk for too long. We have many other speakers, but this is a conversation I think we would be really interested to maintain with all colleagues present and others watching.
Thank
you very much for the comment. Now I'd like to turn the microphone to the Professor Krever. So as an artist, based on your experience in Germany, can you please comment on this issue of inequality? And also, regarding the support programs for artists, and also the program that artists are forced to prove that they are real artists. In this structure of the program, artists are facing various challenges, and so can you please share with us your experiences in Germany, the Germany's perspectives?
In Germany, we had a similar support program for artists. They can apply. That was based on the state. They were given funds, which were given quite on a free hand. There wasn't such a selection committee or something involved. It was just you were able to apply and you were given some kind of funding. For me, that doesn't apply to me because I'm teaching, and so I was not electable for that, or I didn't apply for that. But they had 3 rounds of funding yet, and most of the artists which I know have applied and received some funding. You have to consider for the artists are generally very unequal as well. As you've described, inequality is a big issue here. We have people in sociology who are talking about a class society again, which divides then the precarious from the middle and the top class. And artists, the strange field of the arts is divided into these extremes. You have very few artists who earn a lot and are top of the ladder, and you have very many artists who are not. And during the pandemic, the ones who have that precarious existence were hit quite hard, because most of us artists are employed in the museum sector. They're working in bars, clubs, whatever, and they're working for teaching, for example. Many of that has closed and is not, and they were the first ones to go. So it was absolutely crucial that the government was supporting, and they did that in a very unbureaucratic way. That is very helpful. You raised quite a bunch of questions, and the other bunch was how the artistic freedom is guaranteed. You talked about artists' rights. I'm not keen on any special rights for me, so I don't need an artist right. I need proper civil rights, and I'm very keen on having that. And when we heard the Goethe Institute, Mrs. Stutenberg, talking about that in many areas of the world, that is far from being guaranteed. That worries me a lot. And I'm totally agreeing to John's statement that the inequalities have been there before, but they might be triggered or just become more clearly visible during the pandemic. Something like the housing conditions. For rich people, it's easy that they have their second home somewhere else out of the city. For others who we're dependent on, who take the workload, they haven't got a home office. They're a nurse and they have to go to work. They're exposed to that risk. And these inequalities are the same for the arts sector, but as I said, it is very unequal in the arts sector. And my worries as well is that the arts field is a kind of a field to test for the whole society. So it's kind of a test run in how far inequality, which we have in experiencing in art is suitable for a society, and that's something I'm very worried about.
네, 감사합니다.
Thank you very much for your comment.
미샤오 감독님,
And if any one of you have questions about the rights of artists or about inequality, I'd like to hear from Michau or Perbek.
I could add something, or do you want to speak, Josephine? What do you think? No?
Go ahead.
It's all what John said and Gerion said. I have something to add. Maybe it's a very Dutch solution what we have, or maybe also bureaucratic, because way before COVID-19, we have in our cultural sector a series of codes of conduct. And if you receive governmental funding, you are you need to reflect upon those codes in your annual report, and you reflect, but you also need to apply them. And one of those codes of conduct is about fair pay and fair practice, which obviously states what it's about. And those codes of conduct really they kept on applying during COVID-19 and financial support packages. So as an organization in the cultural sector, and you receive funding and you receive this financial support during COVID-19, you still have to pay artists and all your employees and all your subcontractors also, because don't forget the subcontractors who are really also very much affected by the pandemic. So you have to pay them conform this code of conduct. And we also have a code of conduct which is called the code Diversity and Inclusivity, which also states that your employees, your audience, etc., needs to be a representative of the ethnic backgrounds and people of disability, etc., which are in society. So we need to reflect and act upon that. It is maybe a bureaucratic way, but it really raised awareness, and it really raises. If I look to my own board, these are the discussions that we have about, well, not about fair pay, because that's really, I don't have to worry about that, unfortunately, in my organization. But diversity and inclusivity is sometimes a problem. Can you find the right persons with a diverse background? And it is very important, because the diverse background also brings in diverse voices and diverse points of view. So for us in the Netherlands, these code of conducts help to have these discussions and move forward on these topics.
Yeah, and I can only. I can just echo what have been said, that regarding, and Denmark, it was very obvious, the response on the COVID-19 situation. The governmental response, you could see, or it was the inequality of how we. How different systems were supported in Denmark was very obvious, and yes, especially what Jerian said about artists being part of the precariat. That was that they were not offered any support until recently, like a year after the breakout support packages, and so we actually looked in envy to Germany like a year ago, when the unconditional support system. I don't know, does this work still? Okay.
네, 잘 들리고 있습니다.
Yes, we can hear you very well.
All right. Sorry. Yeah, and the leader one behind the agenda from the UN was also relevant pre-COVID, I guess, as inequality was and is very present also in architecture and how we design the cities that are, of course, discriminatory towards gender based on gender and ethnicity and mental and physical challenges. No, I just wanted to echo what was already said, that this is also playing out in Denmark, and of course has magnified the status that was already there on equality. So bravo in Holland that you have this extreme awareness on supporting the whole
So thank you very
chain.
much for your comment, and through the discussions, I think that we became very clear that yes, the legal system is important, but the code of ethics or code of conduct could also provide us with some turning point, and gathering the voices of artists is also very important. Now we have the representative from 4 countries, and regarding the last question of Ms. Lee, in other words, the issue of responsibility. In other words, we need some theater and the performances with the physical presences, and the government should have some responsibility for that. So are there any countries which are now making some preparations for that? The government taking responsibility and make measures to enhance the security of the performance venues and so on?
Show of hands, please.
네, 존 맥메헌님 먼저 부탁드리겠습니다.
So John McMahon, would you please go first and answer that question?
Yes, thank you. And Junhee mentioned the roadmap for opening of the whole United Kingdom economy, not just the arts and culture. And I know that there's sort of similar plans on the way in the other countries represented here. There are really serious considerations, and I don't think any single country has resolved all of the challenges in their thinking yet in terms of sector reopening. None of us know quite yet how vaccination rollouts are going to progress, what level of security will be provided by vaccine coverage. We don't know what the rate of emergence of new variants of the virus might be, and whether they'll be resistant to vaccines, and whether we need ongoing top-up of vaccination programs in order to respond to new variants. There's incomplete information as of yet on how vaccines might how their efficacy may vary between age groups or based on other factors. So the cultural sector, as with all other sectors of the economy, is operating within the same territory of uncertainty in terms of how we reopen with regard to vaccine security. Something that has been discussed as a possibility in the United Kingdom, it's an open discussion, is whether you could look to things like use the terminology of vaccine passports to help to open up public spaces safely. That's an interesting possibility, but also kind of quite a fraught question from the position of inequality. Do all communities have equal access to vaccines? Are all people able to benefit from vaccines on the basis of health or religious or other reasons to accept the vaccine? And are you potentially, by introducing a vaccine passport, potentially inadvertently excluding some people on the basis of socioeconomic class or disability? Or we know that there are challenges over women during pregnancy accepting the vaccine. So all of these different questions need to be resolved. There's a long-term, well, we don't yet know whether it's a short, medium or long-term question in terms of how we reconfigure our public spaces, including our performance venues, museums, libraries, in terms of these practical adaptations like spacing between seats, like plastic shields for staff on counters, including sanitization stations within public venues for cleansing of hands. We don't yet know what the necessity will be in terms of long-term mask wearing in public spaces. All of that is yet to be resolved. These are conversations that we're definitely having within the United Kingdom, but I think no single country or no single sector has all of the answers. I think how we collaborate not only within our own economies, but internationally to understand good practice, what works well in terms of the practicalities, but also how we resolve some of those ethical questions, I suppose you could frame them, in terms of who we protect and who potentially is excluded from that on the basis of any single policy direction taken or combination of interventions that are used. So I think there I've just raised more questions rather than providing answers, but I think it's important to be open about the challenges that we're all grappling with and the considerations that we're all facing in terms of how we resolve those.
Denmark just introduced the vaccine pass, so you can use us as a test ground. Yeah.
Yeah.
How is it working?
We are also having one. Yeah.
Yeah, I was just passed this morning.
And what has been the response in terms of people's, optimism or confidence, but also their anxieties in relation to that?
Well, the argument against it is, of course, the inequality of it. Who gets the who gets vaccine and who gets access first to the museum and so on. So it doesn't really fit with the egalitarian understanding of Danish welfare society. And then there's also the ones having to deal with the logistics of the pass at the restaurants, in the museums, in the galleries. I don't think the retail shops are not to do it. So there's different, depending on what kind of organization or business you are. So that's the con arguments for the vaccine passport. But of course, the pro is the opening up of a faster and more secure opening up of society. Yeah, that's what I get from it right now. I'm sure that the internet is warm with or hot with a lot of discussions right now, because it was just passed this morning.
I guess we should probably acknowledge how much all European countries have to learn from South Korea in terms of their success in virus suppression and effectiveness of test and trace and other public safety measures. So, and I believe particularly in Denmark and Germany, test and trace regimes have been quite effective for a large portion of the crisis. So understanding what has worked well and adapting that within our own territories will be important, I think.
Yeah, it's really, South Korea is very much discussed in German media right now. It's built up as an example how to do it with technology, and not only with vaccine pass or something. It stays, but anyway, it stays a dilemma. You want to have the security, but you want to have the freedom as well, and you can't have both at the same time. So that there will be some kind of, it's an ambiguity test, yeah. So.
Thank you very much for your lively discussion. Well, the problem is rather complicated, So there are so many things to be considered all at the same time. The alternative or solution is rather complicated as well. To respond to those complicated challenges, you mentioned the Korean way of quarantine, but at the same time, we should consider freedom as well as the human rights and the civil rights in order to allow the reopening of public spaces, including the performance venues. Well, the vaccine passport might be a solution. However, that will accompany various side effects. That's the reality confronting us. Such important questions have been raised, so we are slightly behind the schedule, and we have some virtual audiences here. I'd like to give them some opportunity to ask questions. Hwa-Yoon Kim asked a question. She is an artist with audio disability. Well, with this virtual platform, physical limitations has been eliminated to a certain extent, but I'm not sure whether the artist with disability has resumed that going forward. And is there any reason for us to continue artistic practices even after the end of the COVID-19? So the considerations for the artist with disability, do you think that will be there in the era of COVID-19? Is there anyone who wants to address this question? So the question is whether there will be any extra consideration for artists with disabilities after the COVID-19.
I have thoughts on this, but I'd love somebody else to. I keep jumping in first, so please, somebody else. If you would like to answer this.
I think in Denmark it's a constant matter of a question of inclusivity for all kind, but I haven't heard of an explicit specific political act on this matter post-COVID.
No, in the Netherlands, you know, it's more about inclusivity, how inclusivity is by all those online content that is now shown. What we see is that more the audiences who have disability, like physical or mental disabilities, are more able to enjoy art online. So that's what we are discussing and facing and looking into, to have that more, to have that more supported and give them better access. So there we are back to the hybrid formula, Gerion. But for the artists, to be honest, no, I haven't heard of it in the Netherlands yet. So I can't really respond to that question, sorry.
We have, I spoke previously in response to Junhee's questions and comments about the need to continue to diversify our sector and create sort of breadth of opportunities to speak specifically of artists with disabilities. During the crisis, actually in November, it was the 20th anniversary of the Disability Discrimination Act in the United Kingdom, and it's very interesting to have that arrive at a time when people with disabilities in our society have been amongst those who've been most vulnerable to many of the impacts, economic and health impacts of the crisis, but also not always given consistently a voice or a platform or being represented within the public discourse. The sort of number of people experiencing disability within UK society and internationally is extremely high. If we take the kind of very broad definition, including sort of instances of mental ill health, long-term health challenges, particularly moving into old age, quite a high proportion of our societies experience disability, either ongoing or episodically. That isn't always part of our social narrative, I think the way in which we all have a responsibility to create a platform, opportunities, routes to enter the kind of arts conversation for artists and other people with disabilities in order to tell the story of their experiences, not only through this moment, but more broadly within our society, and to play a key role in engineering the solutions that we develop. I think it's one thing to claim a responsibility and commit to that, to deliver tangible change, meaningful kind of impact is a different, sometimes a more difficult thing to achieve, but we all have to seize that responsibility. How we diversify within our kind of administrative structures. So how are the people making policy? How are the people making funding decisions? Are we representing disability? Are there people with disabilities getting those roles and playing a part in making the decisions? It's not only about who we fund, it's who is making the funding decisions and the policy decisions, and we have to create change there as well.
네, 감사합니다.
Thank you very much. We have some questions from the audience. So, are there any ones who have the questions from the audiences? So if you raise your hand, then we will give you the opportunity to ask questions. And also we have several questions that we already got through the chatting window. So I understand the artists and their difficulties, but let's say that the artists who receive the support programs from the government, what kind of social roles they should play? Are there also discourses and discussions on this issue, or is it subject to the individual artist's decision? So regarding this question, maybe the Professor Krever, can you go first in answering the question?
The role of the artist towards the society is an old issue, and well, it will certainly be triggered by if you have state funding. It doesn't necessarily mean that you're then a state-funded artist and you have to obey or whatever, and you have to show a certain responsibility. Now, that's required from you as a citizen, but as an artist, I think I would rather, in former times, the artist always has the role of the exception. That is changing right now, because now the art has lost a bit of this autonomous status and is more discussed in societal terms, and artists are now in our times being more asked, hey, what is your background, what is your race, what's your class, what's your sex, what's your, all these kind of gender issues. They have been discussed very widely and have sometimes even replaced our aesthetic arguments. That has some kind of side effects, but nevertheless that. What the pandemic has triggered is probably that you feel more that you're not alone on yourself, just that you probably as an artist understand how vulnerable yourself towards. Suddenly everything was closed. Nobody has ever expected that beforehand. And it shows very clearly that you depend on some kind of structures, even in a very basic sense, to find your audience. And these things have certainly raised questions toward who I am as an artist towards society and what can I do? Well, but that's a very individual thing, and not all artists are basically perceptive for that. But in general, but that was beforehand, before COVID, the role of the artist is certainly been questioned in an unprecedented way.
Thank you. So even in the Netherlands and the UK, while searching for the role of artists, I think that the role of artists become more expanded, and also finding out the topics for the social dialogue. I think more support programs are now being provided, and in this process, again, repeating the same question. Social contribution that artists should make. And also, actually, there are some concerns that since artists receive the government support programs, they have to make social contribution to the society. Do you also have the same concerns, and how are they dealt with in your programs?
Well, shall I speak for the Netherlands first a little bit? Of course, I'm not that in-depth informed because I'm not of the government myself, but what I see for us, the support programs that we have in the cultural sector, there were no formats or things that the artists needed to do differently. So it was really to for their financial support, etc. So they could really perform the way that they did as before, but of course with a lot of financial difficulties and of course the difficulty of finding their audience. And what we saw in the Netherlands is that performing arts, visual arts, the heritage sector, they were really experimental at the start, to reach the audience on an online channel, to find new ways to reach out to their audiences. And there has also been research that it was for the audience, it was very helpful because they really sought out the artistic the online performances, the way of going on an online tour in a museum. It was helpful for them in their situation of lockdown. So I think it was really beneficial for as well as society as for the artists and the artist institutions to experiment and to find another way of getting their content out there and getting their artistic, their artistic forms out there. So I think it was very difficult, but also very heartwarming to see what happens. And I saw, the things that John said in his speech, and then the photographs that he showed, even our funders, our government funding institutions, they created new ways of funding. Like for the Performing Arts Fund, they had like funding of balcony scenes. It was like very small performing arts performances to keep the social distancing, but outside on a balcony. Well, it was, of course, from the Italian scenes where they sang to each other. And that got the name of balcony scenes, but it was, every institute and every part of the cultural infrastructure was moving with the difficulties and the challenges to keep as much people working and creating. So that was, I felt it was really, really supporting how things went with each other. Yeah.
Thank you. I can just answer very, very quickly, and I agree with everything that's already been said. In terms of the responsibilities of the artist, the main responsibility of an artist in any field is to make art, right? So what does that entail? Well, it's about connecting people, it's about stimulating new ideas, it's about building new ways of understanding the world and our place within it. Beyond that, as a funder, we're not in the practice of placing specific prescribed obligations on artists on the type of art they should make, the themes that they engage with. But something that we find generally is that across our sectors, artists are people that understand their place within the world and want to play a part within the discourse of what is happening to all of us. There are certain themes that we're interested in encouraging: engagement with climate emergency and kind of ecological kind of degradation. I think will be a social responsibility for everyone, not just artists. I think what the pandemic has taught us about how we collaborate and come together locally and internationally to solve big challenges in the face of disease, hopefully gives us some ideas about the steps that we can take to meet some of these bigger challenges that are coming down the track. So our main role is to support artists to practice. We can encourage them to think about particular questions, but we're not demanding that they engage with anything specific. We find that in many cases, perhaps in most cases, the appetite of artists to root their practice in grappling with these big changes that our society faces are things that emerge organically from the intention of the artistic community, and we're really happy to play a role in supporting that.
Thank you very much. We are already behind the schedule, 5 minutes past the time to be closed. I really want to continue this discussion, but as time is up, it is time for us to close. For the past 3 hours, we discussed various issues and the challenges and the potential solutions. I believe new imaginations and ideas based on the understanding of the issues at hand continue in various art scenes. Last year, we heard this phrase a lot in the performing arts scene: the show must go on. This doesn't mean that art must continue regardless of the crisis of the humanity, or art is valid anywhere, anytime. I believe that this phrase means in a time of crisis, art and artists should think harder about their value and connectivity with society, practice, and raise their voices in society. And society should recognize the existential as well as the participatory value of art, arguably the oldest infrastructure of humanity. I'm convinced that dialogue between artistic community, policymakers, and social actors like this will drive us through the radical social changes and complicated issues to keep the essence of art intact and maintain the connectivity of society and artistic community. Once again, thank you very much for staying with us at 2021 ARKO International Online Symposium, Reconnection with Open Arts. I'd like to thank our full presenters and two discussants as well as all the audiences. We will continue tomorrow, focusing on the relations, connections, and exchange in the time of the pandemic. Once again, I'd like to thank you so much for your active participation and lively discussion. Thank you very much.